In Pacific, Missouri. Let me get this thing public so we can actually chat live. Pacific, Missouri. I'm not going to make it to Indianapolis. Well, I could, but I don't want to get there too late. I want to shut down sooner so I don't have any problems getting a place to park. So I'm going to plan on shutting down at the TA that's west of Indianapolis. I just forget the name of the town, so we'll just put Indianapolis in there for now. Get back, dump this, and be ready. Trash can around here, so I'll wait. Just leave that there for now. Alright. This is a quick bite, quick sandwich thing here, PJ Fresh. If I had more time I wanted to spend here, I'd get some Subway or something, but I will wait. I mean, this is good enough. I'm not a heavy eater anyway. Just make sure this is set up. Alright. Might as well refill my bag of seeds. Yeah, I mean, you probably hate Subway as much as I do in general, right? As you know, practically every truck stop seems to have a Subway. It just gets old, and they're really not the best sandwich kind of place there is anyway. The bread, I'm not a big fan of. If you ate MREs, you can handle PJ Fresh, yes. Yeah, it doesn't have to be anything special. It's either that or make my own turkey sandwich when I finish driving. Yeah, I can be that too, no way. Alright, I'm gonna get this thing turned around and get rolling. And let's see. It's only about a half-hour drive from here to St. Louis. And right after St. Louis, of course, we'll be heading into Illinois. Done a little over 380 miles so far this trip, or this shift, so it's gonna be about 250 miles from here to the TA, I think, somewhere in that ballpark. 250, 260, roughly 4-hour trip. I considered stopping at the Pilot on I-70 just east of Indianapolis. But, I mean, I do have enough time to reach there. My concern is getting there a little too late in the evening, especially on a Sunday. And I'm generally not a big fan of stopping at truck stops in right in the very near vicinity of metropolitan areas as it is. So I think the TA over there is close enough as it is. Extra half hour or whatever it is to get to the Pilot over there on the east side of Indy. Is that what it's called? Is Whitestown? I forget. It's the one at exit 59, if I remember right. might be it. It's on I-70 west of Indy. And I know you're in that area more often than I am. Molly Brown's Fireworks. Blackburn Park, 1 mile east on 66. Pilot's in like the most funky location for trucks. Yeah, that's it. That's the same one. Oh wait, no. Yeah, 133 is too far out for me. I'm not gonna make it very far past Indianapolis if I go anywhere. Since I'm fresh out of the shower, I don't really care where I stop at this point. Main concern is make sure it's not going to be a full parking lot. And I'm down to a little over 10 hours left on my 70-hour clock, so we're looking like 60 or 600 or so miles that I have left I can work with before I have to shut down. Little trip plan thing just to see about where that would get me, and it looks like it'll get me around to the east end of Ohio, or maybe a little bit into Pennsylvania. Not very far though. At least tentatively, I can't. I'm not going to be able to plan on going very far past Western PA. Probably won't even. I'm not even sure that's enough to make it to Pittsburgh. I'll do another look at it when I shut down for the day. See what I have left afterward, and then reevaluate. That's not too bad.
Right here, yeah. That's where I usually get drive all day and sleep there. It's like an angel sent from heaven.
Yeah.
Well, that's why every time you come down here, the news says the Halo's been received there in St. Louis. Trash
Yeah, this load here is about 75, 76. I actually expected it to be like 79 or so, because the BOL weight is over 44,000 pounds, but my skilled weight was more consistent with a 41, 42,000 pound load. Containers, right? They're like the load you just picking up now, or you just did pick up, or the other one, the Tyson load, Matt? So I thought you were talking about, I thought that was me talking about the 75K. And you guys a little bit mixed up. Now, so 75, you should be right around 40,000 then. 40, 41, something like that. Merchandise warehouse, okay. Yeah, I'm not that desperate. There's a little over 10 hours left on my 70, and I'm going to burn about 5 or almost 5 of it on this half of this shift. Or at least a good 4 of it, whatever. I don't have a big enough need to be too picky about where I go. I mean, I don't have a big enough need to push too hard on this shift to get as far as I can. Especially now with me knowing that I'm gonna get to where I run out of hours tomorrow, and then I can do a 34-hour reset and still be able to probably deliver on time, depending on when they schedule the delivery for, which they have not done yet. I'll end up telling my DM tomorrow I'm going to do a 34 by the time I get over. Once I'm shut down, and may be able to get over there to deliver sooner and with a fresh 70. Up this morning, 5 hours after DDT, or drop dead time. That's the deadline when we're supposed to be off their property with the load. Shipper delay, though, caused that. Yeah, I've been known to do that too, is use some customers' bullpens, even if I'm not delivering to them, just because I know we go to there. But Indianapolis is definitely not an area I don't have any knowledge of with that. Now the Phoenix area, that'd be a different story. I know some customers over there where I can, where I know they might have a bullpen and I can park in it, even if I'm not going there. Plus Phoenix, we have a drop yard though. Same with Southern Cal. If I really need to park somewhere other than the house and I don't want to pay for parking, there's a bunch of places there I go. thing with that pilot. Like, you know, it's not that big a deal to park there. If I had more time I wanted to spend there, I'd go ahead and do that, and then maybe meet up with Mike Gold in the morning. But if I have a chance to do a 34-hour reset and be able to get the load delivered earlier than if I wait on the recaps, then it's like, well, shit, all right, I'll just go ahead and do a reset then. But definitely hinges on me getting moving very promptly after each break too. So yeah, even at the TA, a very productive day. And then I can run a half a shift tomorrow, get wherever I can, which is probably going to be others. Four-lane area must be getting close to I-270 or 255, whatever that highway is. Dad's the one where he's a skier. And he skis down that really bad hill, whatever. And the kid chases him on a bike, wanting his $2 back. And One Crazy Summer, I think, is the one where he's gets in that regatta race against that asshole guy. Or do I have it mixed up? Pretty sure I have it right. About 20 miles from St. Louis. too surprised to hear that. Seriously contemplated taking 270 north around, but I was like, nah, I'll just go ahead and stay on 44, go right up into downtown, and of course, again, there's viewing pleasure for downtown St. Louis for you guys watching. So we're going right past the Gateway Arch. Oakland city limit. It's Oakland, Missouri, not California. There's a cop watching the westbound side. across from Kansas City, you're saying? And then you probably took 270 around the St. Louis area. Then you would have had to get back on 70 to get over to 71. Well, over there in that's not Louisville. No, it's Cincinnati. 70 and 71. I forget where that's Cincinnati, I think. I think 64 and 64 and 71 or whatever. I think that's Louisville, if I remember right. So yeah, 70 out to Cincinnati, and then 71 up from there. Basically 71 up through Columbus, and then up to the Cleveland area, and then get on 90 up that way. Hey, what's up, Carl? Downtown. Well, I know you went up 90 through like Erie, and there's a city going that slow. This guy over here wants to go around them, and dude, I gave you room. Oh, we're talking about somebody else. We're talking about Eric Wildman's route over to Utica, New York. He went up 71 from Cincinnati up toward up into Columbus. Shut up. Into Columbus, and then probably up that way over by like Akron and all that. Probably took 90 up from the up around the Cleveland area is what I would have thought. Yeah, because 271 goes around the Cleveland area, if I'm not mistaken, and then you end up going through what's that place in Ohio before you get into Pennsylvania that we used to do pickups at in North England. Astabula. Isn't Astabula one of those towns up there on 90? I want to say that's a town where I would do a pickup, basically fiberglass Corvette parts there, and then they'd go down to Laredo and basically end up in Mexico for whatever step of their process is. And then I guess they'd get sent back up, once it was done, they'd go back up to Bowling Green for assembly. That's what I thought. Yeah, I basically went through there in Erie, Pennsylvania, and then not long past Erie, you ended up going into New York on 90, going through Buffalo and Rochester. Downtown, I can see some of the tall buildings already right here. What's happening? Hello? 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 That's Cody. That's a loss of signal. There's the call drop. I'll wait for him to call back. All I got was that he shut down 388 miles from Loma, which tells me that he stopped in Parowan or Cedar City, somewhere in that ballpark. Hey, bitch. Yeah, that tells me you probably shut down either at the TA in Parowan or the Loves in Cedar City or somewhere around there. Oh, the one at the 45? Oh, okay. Yep. So, that's not good. Yeah. Yep. And yeah, if you can find a place to park over there, yeah, if you run, if you can't find anywhere in the area to park, I can tell you where you can park. At the drop yard or at that freaking Mexican place up in San Bernardino. Yeah, it is that Mexican place. And if it's going to Kansas, because yeah, it's going to be that. I forget the name of the place. I know it's over off the University Avenue exit. Yeah, that's going to go to Olathe, to the Tyson plant. Yeah, yeah, Olathe. Some people call it Olathe, but I call it Olathe. Olathe. Yes. Yep. That's all good. Yep. Yeah, Waynesville, Missouri. It's the same place I stopped at. How long ago was it? These freaking lanes suck here. They're tight and curvy. And I got a four wheeler passing me. I'm 6 feet tall. I shrunk a few inches. I'm a little taller than 6 feet. Nah, not that bad. I know, I know, I know plenty of people who are taller than me. Yeah. Oh, I mean, of course, most people aren't, but a lot of people are. I mean, I know a good number of people who are taller than me. So I got one of my friends who lives in San Bernardino is 6'8". Yeah, About 40, 45 miles, something like that. No, you're better off going all the way there to Costco and then PC from there to wherever you need to park if maybe if you can find something. Don't plan on finding parking at the Flying J. I can guarantee you it'll be full. Yeah, but if you can find somewhere to park over there, whether it's at Farmer Boys across the street from Flying J, or which I doubt too, or on the shoulder of Riverside Avenue on the way over between Flying J and Costco, that's an option. Not to mention what? Not exactly. Well, there's street parking on the street right down the street from there, yeah. And then if you're right there, you can PC over. Let's see, if you get there by 7, then you have a what 3 o'clock appointment. Yeah, it's just enough time to get 8 hours, and if you can get there before 7, even better. So you're still parked right now, or oh, okay? How far out are you now? Okay, so we'll just say about 6 hours. Yeah, you should be there. You should be able to get there by 5 o'clock. You can then you can get an 8 hour sleeper berth in there. Go on, get once you do your post trip, get off. You get up, go into sleeper berth immediately, and then do your 8 hour sleeper berth, and then you can PC into the DC from there. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but they have a really good operation there though, because normally, I mean, because they don't normally let you check in until 15 minutes before your appointment time, and nope, 15 minutes. And then, yeah, but they're really efficient. So they'll just tell you, they'll probably tell you, go come on in and park on the, yeah, and there's a row of drop spots over there to the right of where you get in. Oh, come on. I need over. Glad you assholes don't want to let me over. I got another truck coming up now. Look like I can't tell if he's going to let me over or not. Yeah, he is. Uh, yeah. All right, but so anyway, if you get over there quickly, get an 8 hour sleeper berth in, and then just PC over there when it's time to get show up there, and then yeah, what you can do is PC over there because you were already there already before that, and then by the time you're done delivering or whatever, hopefully they'll have you there long enough where you can complete a 10-hour break, and then you can have a fresh clock to head over to San Bernardino with. I didn't even think it was even that much. Well, yeah, I guess it could be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think I'm familiar with them either. I don't know. I might have seen them. I just don't realize it. Yep, that is true. No, not that I know of. Um, yeah, I don't know that he works there, but I don't know. Might just be where he regularly goes. Huh, that's all right. More than I expected or needed, so not like I cared. All right, what is going on here? I don't know if I want to move over or not because I can't see around what's if there are any signs coming up now. And I don't want to move right and past this guy on the right if I don't know how long this lane's gonna last. So he's an idiot. It's kind of, actually, you kind of wonder if he's even just doing it on purpose to fuck with you. Yeah, I do. If I get around him again, block both lanes so he can't pass you. So you want to play your fucking yo-yo game with me, and then here you are. And then if he wants to run his mouth on there on the radio about it and say, yeah, look, bitch, you keep slowing down in front of me and getting in my way, and then you need to speed back up after I get around you. So don't even talk. Learn how to look at your fucking speedometer and quit being an asshole, or we can go talk about it at a truck stop somewhere. Right? Yeah. Oh, come on, MPT. What are you hitting your brakes for? There's not even anybody in front of you. Why the hell are you hitting your brakes, dipshit? Not quite by a little before 5 o'clock this morning, I guess. I don't know, something like that. I'm in Illinois now. I don't mess around. Yeah, right. All right. Okay. Bye bye. Alright, 10 miles into Chicago, into Illinois. Or actually, not even that. We're less than, yeah, we're right about 9 miles into Illinois now. Staying over. What side are you taking, dipshit? I was gonna move over until you couldn't make up your mind what lane to use. The dumb four-wheeler behind me couldn't decide whether they were gonna get on the 255 or stay here on 70. Right lane exit only already. Noticed that was gonna happen. Sean had an uncle who was 7'4", avionics instructor at the Air Force Academy. Wanted to be a pilot. Yeah, I know for sure 7'4" is too tall to be a pilot. In fact, fighter pilots, they don't want any more. They have different height requirements, not just standing height, but also your seated height. There are certain criteria that go for it. I think standing height for a fighter pilot is 6'4". That's the max, and then for a heavy pilot, I think it's 6'10" or so. I remember reading the medical reg on that. And then also there was a seated height that they had to be within. Also, it couldn't be too high or too low. I think the shortest you could be was like 5 feet or 5'2" or something, some crap like that. I forget. You know, and it's all because of the way the aircraft is designed, and you know, whether your body will actually fit the aircraft and fly it out so you can fly it safely. Okay, so James, I don't know if you were just telling Cody that I'm 6 feet as in a roundabout number. I'm actually 6'3". A little taller. 120 miles. So a bit over 3 hours. I actually have 404 to work with. You can actually get out past Indianapolis if you really want to. I'm going to choose not to.
Vegas woman killed on I-15 near state line. Victorville Daily Press, yesterday. Mountain Pass, authorities have identified a 32-year-old Las Vegas woman who was killed after she was struck by a vehicle headed southbound on Interstate 15 on Friday night. San Bernardino County Sheriff Coroner officials said Lady Shea Atkinson was pronounced dead at the scene of the crash just north of Nipton Road, near the California-Nevada state line. California Highway Patrol officials said Atkinson's 2002 Honda Accord became disabled in the right shoulder of southbound I-15 at approximately 8:20 p.m. For reasons still under investigation, Atkinson walked into the interstate and was hit by a 2016 Ford Escape in the number 2 lane, authorities said. The driver of the Ford, a 56-year-old Grand Terrace resident, stopped along the shoulder, authorities said, and San Bernardino County Fire Department personnel pronounced Atkinson dead at the scene just after 9 p.m. The coroner's office said Atkinson was found with multiple injuries and resuscitative efforts on scene failed. Authorities said alcohol or drugs do not appear to be contributing factors in the crash, which is under investigation by the Barstow Area CHP. Anyone with information regarding the investigation is asked to call 760-255-5900.
Again, why do I keep saying this? Why do I have to keep saying this? If you see someone on the right shoulder, get the hell out of the lane. Move left. If you're already in the left lane, then let traffic in the right lane come over. Don't be a fucking asshole. Someone lost their life because someone couldn't bother to get the fuck out of the lane, or someone else couldn't be bothered to allow somebody to get out of the lane. If you do something like that, I mean, if you can't be bothered to move out of the lane or let someone else move over for someone else's safety, you're a fucking piece of shit. The fact the woman who got killed shouldn't have been in the roadway in the first place. Her vehicle became disabled, so she had a legit reason to be on the shoulder, but should have been more aware of what was going on. But that's the problem. You don't know when someone's going to do something like that. I just went past a fatal accident that was the exact same situation a couple of weeks ago. On 99 in up north of Kingsbury, or what's it called up on, in between Bakersfield and Fresno, Kingsburg, or whatever that town is called, I forget. Same damn situation. Someone had a problem with their vehicle, stopped on the right shoulder, and apparently stupidly got into the lane of travel and got hit by someone passing by. Get your fucking ass out of that right lane when you see someone on the right shoulder. Like I say, if you're in the left lane, back off, get off your fucking throttle, and let whatever traffic's over there move over. So you don't have to, so cops don't have to worry about having to tell someone's family that their loved one died because two people were being stupid. The person who got killed and the person who hit them. And maybe another person who wouldn't allow the other person to move over. It just pisses me off that that's even allowed that it's even possible for that to happen. This is how stupid people are behind the wheel out here. Why our freaking driver licensing program here is a fucking joke. Nobody gives a shit about anything, do they? Anybody. Who gives a crap if someone else gets killed, as long as I'm not getting slowed down needlessly? Well, fuck you too. seriously want people to learn that. It's a very important thing to learn this thing. If you're going to be out here, I don't care if you're in a truck or a car. Don't be an asshole. Don't be that asshole that contributes to somebody else getting killed. Even if it's not you involved, you could cause somebody else to get killed by just being an asshole to someone else. Standing on me too fast. This guy's going really slow. He's barely even doing 60. Now, I've talked about this also before where I'm not going to make myself out to be the most professional guy in the world out here. I'm not. Take this as a lesson for those of you guys who don't have a CDL. If you hear me bitching and belly aching about, I'm getting this animated about something like this, you damn well better learn it. Situation, and I always say there's a freaking reason why trucks move out of the right lane. Most of us do, at least. It's because of shit like that. Someone pulls over for whatever reason. They either idiotically get themselves into the lane of travel and get hit. Like what someone I used to work with did, and pull out once they got through doing what they were doing on the shoulder, pulled out onto the road, and did so without a seatbelt on, and right in front of a truck. The guy was in a pickup truck, who I worked with, who I knew. Pulled right out in front of a semi that was coming in the lane that he pulled out into, and got rear-ended really hard. He got ejected from the vehicle and killed by his own stupidity. You never know when the guy on the person on the right shoulder is going to do something stupid like that. And let's also not forget the fact that there are people out here who will commit suicide by truck. What is suicide by truck? There are a couple of ways this happens. Actually there's a few ways. One method is to go on the right shoulder and then intentionally dive down in front of the truck while it's approaching. Another way is to be up on an overpass and then jump down onto the lane of travel right before the truck shows up. And the other way is to be in a vehicle coming the opposite direction as a truck and intentionally having a head-on collision with the truck. All three of those things are things that we truckers have to worry about. There are people who are screwed up enough to do that shit. Give us the space. Let us over. If you see us doing stuff, you should be doing the same thing for a good reason. The article I was just playing, the news article.
Vegas woman killed on I-15 near state line. Victorville Daily Press, yesterday. Mountain Pass, authorities have identified a 32-year-old Las Vegas woman who was killed after she was struck by a vehicle headed southbound on Interstate 15 on Friday night. San Bernardino County Sheriff Coroner officials said Lady Shea Atkinson was pronounced dead at the scene of the crash just north of Nipton Road, near the California-Nevada state line. California Highway Patrol officials said Atkinson's 2002 Honda Accord became disabled in the right shoulder of southbound I-15 at approximately 8:20 p.m. For reasons still under investigation, Atkinson walked into the interstate and was hit by a 2016 Ford Escape in the number 2 lane, authorities said. The driver of the Ford, a 56-year-old Grand Terrace resident, stopped along the shoulder, authorities said, and San Bernardino County Fire Department personnel pronounced Atkinson dead at the scene just after 9 p.m. The coroner's office said Atkinson was found with multiple injuries and resuscitative efforts on scene failed. Authorities said alcohol or drugs do not appear to be contributing factors in the crash, which is under investigation by the Barstow Area CHP. Anyone from
Whatever you want to call it, that I just had on the right shoulder. Get away from them. If you're already out of that lane, let other traffic that is in that lane get over. I can't stress this enough. Somebody else's safety will trump your convenience 10 times out of 10. Someone else move over for right shoulder traffic, and then something like that happens and someone gets killed, you need your fucking ass beat big time. I'll post it on my Facebook later on. Miles to go to Indiana now, I think. Indiana, where I'm going to stop, so it's about 189 or no, what did I say, 180-ish? Maybe. Traffic catching up. It's going to take me a bit to get around this guy. I don't think all of a sudden, there's like more than half a dozen cars all right here. There was like nobody at all a minute ago. It's like 8 cars all in a group right there, right here. Doing about 62 miles an hour. be able to do a 34 also once I run out of hours. Today's the 19th, but yeah. Also, I looked up. I might end up running out of time somewhere. Maybe not even quite to Pittsburgh. I don't know. And I did see the map location where your customer is. We'll see how things are going when I get shut down here and have a better chance to look to evaluate. But tentatively, it's looking like either far east end of Ohio or maybe just into Pennsylvania by the time I run out of 70-hour clock to work with. Yeah, and one way, like for me, I don't have enough hours to work with until the 22nd anyway to get it there. But if I run efficiently, I get over there early as quickly as I can, then I can have a 34-hour reset done by Tuesday evening, late Tuesday evening, whatever, and end up getting a fresh 70 before I even get to the recaps that are going to get me there. So that's the plan, is I want to get there quickly and so I can get that 34 in out there in Pennsylvania or wherever it's going to be, and then I can have a fresh 70 to work with as well after I deliver it, or when it's time to deliver. Trucks all over the place. Forget how big they even are.
Southern California police investigate death of woman found on sidewalk. Mercury News 1 hour ago. Torrance police were investigating the death of a woman found on the sidewalk in Old Torrance early Saturday morning, April 18, authorities said. Officers were called to the 1600 block of Cabrillo Avenue about 4:45 a.m. on a report of a person down on the sidewalk and found a woman with head trauma, SGT. Alexander Martinez said. It wasn't immediately known what caused the trauma or if any weapons were used. Torrance fire paramedics pronounced the woman dead at the scene, Martinez said. On Sunday, the coroner identified her as Raquel Perry, 38. Police were investigating the incident as a suspicious death, but authorities said there is no threat to the public.
182 miles out. And it should be in the ballpark 170 out from the TA.
Coronavirus live updates. Global death toll surpasses 160,000. Live updates tracking the coronavirus pandemic from Yahoo News reporters in the United States and around the world.
That's not the headline I was pulling up. Is that it?
Coronavirus live updates. U.S. death toll surpasses.
That's a lot of work, huh? Come on, Range Rover. Yeah, it was supposed to be something about, I guess they were close to signing a bill or passing a bill, whatever, that would help small business. Alright, yeah, the hour that I'm going to be there, I'm hoping it's not an issue. And speaking of, considering that, the pilot that's actually in Indianapolis on the east side of town there, it's actually got 150 spots. Plus, I can reserve a spot there if I need to. That would be at the pilot in Indianapolis. US 40 again. Vandalia.
Arkansas restaurant, April 17, 2020. An Arkansas restaurant that was a popular spot for truckers will close for good after decades of serving the public. On Thursday, Philip and Sissy Brown announced that they would close Brown's Country Store and Restaurant after 47 years in business. The Browns said that they are retiring. Brown's Country Store and Restaurant is located off I-30 in Benton, Arkansas. It has been closed since mid-March due to coronavirus requirements.
Okay, that's a different one.
The Browns said in a statement on their closing, "We have enjoyed serving local patrons, friends, tourists, and celebrities over these many years. We have heard memorable stories from locals who have talked to people all over the world who have experienced Brown's Southern hospitality and delicious food." The restaurant, which could seat about 400, was best known for its 100-foot-long all-you-can-eat buffet and menu items like Southern fried chicken, cinnamon rolls, and fried green tomatoes. Get the free CDL Live app today. Free truck GPS parking locator, driver community, and a whole lot more. Use app. The Browns also said that they donated enough food after closing each night to feed 500,000 people through various charities during their 47 years in business. Retirement announcement. After 47 years, we, Philip and Sissy Brown, are announcing our retirement and the closing of. Posted by Brown's Country Store and Restaurant on Thursday, April 16, 2020. Stay up to date on the latest COVID-19 information here. Ashley.
Been to it. Especially with JCT, we're not over in that area on I-30 very often. Then isn't that down by actually like around the 30 or so mile marker? It's closer to Texarkana than it is to Little Rock, correct? You used to live in Arkadelphia, okay. East of what, Arkadelphia or Texarkana or what? Arkadelphia, okay, on the border, and then I want to say it's like 120 or something. Between 55 and 60 miles from here to the Indiana line, and then it'll be another 59 once I'm 57 and 70 run together here. The mile markers and exits for 57 are going to take precedence over 70. James, I'm 6'3". I'm not almost 6 feet. I'm over 6 feet. He seems to think I'm shorter than I really am.
Because it does. And along with that stinky asshole comes the opinion. Well, might have yourselves a good day. Y'all be safe, be blessed, behave. They call me the Big Black Kahuna.
Sound black.
Thing I've ever seen in my life. I really don't know what it is.
It's called a penis.
We're getting on the interstate and you have this blink on, which is a good thing. It's always good to put your blinky thing on when you're, entering and exiting the interstate or changing lanes, stuff like that, turning, what have you. But now, this old boy had his blinky thing on, and the other blinky thing was blinking also. But it wasn't blinking at the time. The left one was blinking and the right one was blinking. The left one was blinking and the right one was blinking. I just think that's strange.
US 45 exit. I'm in the area of Effingham where I-57 and I-70 run together. I'm getting ready to hit the split in a mile. You're staying on 70. That's by that shitty little pilot here
Well, you know, those
with the super tight parking.
people are looking for last night for you. Over there on 70 last night, they had no headlights on and pitch black outside. These 2 cars up, ain't no headlights on. Maybe that's a new trend or something. Maybe like new gang theory. Hell, who knows? Stopped in 5-10 minutes. Before we were dead, they won't even pay no damn attention to it.
Circle City ahead, okay. Montrose, 6 miles away. Terre Haute, 63. Indianapolis, 135. Mile marker should be just about 60, a little over 60 miles from the Indiana line now, and then another 60 from the Indiana line to the truck stop.
Strategist predicts Dow 40,000 but warns of more panic days first. The stock market is up nearly 30% from its March 23 low. But that doesn't mean we're heading straight toward to new highs, says one strategist. While I think this rally is very impressive and it has a lot of thrust that you'd normally see at the beginning of new runs, I don't think the all clear has been sounded in the market and we're going back to new highs right now, Paul Schatz, president of Heritage Capital, tells Yahoo Finance. He's not expecting a V-shaped economic recovery like some experts are hoping to see, and so he expects more volatility in the near term. I don't think this year from let's say the March 23rd bottom to Christmas is going to be the straight up move, close your eyes and enjoy, Schatz said. Still, he's a bullish longer term. I do see new highs next year, and Dow 40,000 after that, he added. Read more, stock market news live updates, stocks jump amid COVID-19 treatment optimism, economic reopening discussions. Paul Schatz is bullish long term, but he expects some panic short term. AP. I would argue that stocks have come so far, so fast, Schatz said. I would not throw new money in today. I'd be patient, pick my spot. He's staying away from the most beaten down industries including restaurants, cruises and airlines, even though the airline industry recently received tens of billions of dollars in government aid. There's plenty of opportunities in companies and sectors that have not.
Damn it. That's bullshit.
Expected to contract painfully during the current quarter before potentially rebounding in the third and fourth quarter. On Friday, Philly Fed President Patrick Harker told Yahoo Finance the economy could contract by 5% in 2020. The panic may be over in grand form, but I'll argue that we're going to see more panic days in the next 4 to 6 weeks, added Schatz. The Dow DJI and S&P 500 GSPC rallied on Friday on optimism of a COVID-19 drug from Gilead and new guidelines from the federal government as states get closer to opening their economies. Read more, coronavirus, personal finance tips, news, policy and more from Yahoo Finance. Ines covers the U.S. stock market from the floor of the New York Exchange. Follow her on Twitter at Ines Reports. Read more. It would be unprecedented for a bear market to be this short, Wells Fargo strategist. Recent rally could be a bear market trap, Miller Tabak strategist. A view from the trading floor, algorithms having outsized impact amid coronavirus impact. Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Flipboard, Smart News, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Reddit.
Hey Carl, does this sound familiar?
If this ain't right, what are we fighting for? The two words at war. Trumpets. Here.
When we first met, you said it's complicated, take it slow. Deeper the water goes, the more you wanna dip your toe. I couldn't get it, but wanted you right there. And then, ignoring all the signs, I thought that you and I were cool. Said I was beautiful, you put me on a pedestal. I would do anything to get back to those days again. Don't know what's wrong. Want to stay in the wrongs. If the people can have it all, live the dream and break the rules. Tell me, why not us? If the people can fall in love, destiny should be enough. So tell me, why not us? If
why you called them a band and not a group. Let's see, just over 45 miles to go to Indiana. And another 60 of Indiana. So
offering some of Nightwish compact discs reviews at ultimateguitar.com. Sound 9. In the genre of symphonic metal, there's Nightwish, and then there's everyone else. Since their inception in the mid-90s, the band has commanded the symphonic and power metal scenes with their expansive use of orchestral elements that transcend the usual, let's just put synthesizer orchestral hits on everything, approach of most bands of the genre, as well as their mix of operatic vocals with powerful rock singing. It's an approach that has worked beautifully for them going on a quarter of a century now, but to say that the band's style has never progressed would also be a lie, as a few lineup changes, particularly in the vocal department, have ushered in changes to their style as well. On the band's last album, 2015's Endless Forms Most Beautiful, the band debuted vocalist Floor Jansen, ex After Forever, Arian, Star One, and took on a slightly more progressive persona, culminating in the album's 24-minute closing saga, The Greatest Show on Earth, a rousing epic about the majesty and mystery of life itself. Human Nature, or the more stylized, Human 2, Nature, can almost be thought of as an album-long expansion on that idea, both in terms of its music and its lyrical themes. Music kicks off the record in an extraordinarily epic fashion, with a 3-minute symphonic intro before the vocals kick in, the track cinematically swelling up in volume and intensity, with melodies that are both captivating and infectious, as well as a rather short but sweet guitar solo, a rarity in Nightwish songs, in contrast to other bands in the genre. Noise is classic Nightwish through and through, with a fast-paced, riffy arrangement that lays a bed for orchestral and choral elements, but in a bit more of a straightforward metal-oriented setting that shows Floor singing with all the power we expect from her. There are some great details that come up in the track, as well, such as an orchestral interlude section that has the band shift time signatures, and even a bit of lead bass playing, as well as one of the album's heaviest riffs. Shoemaker plays with the idea of typical rock song structures, with a meter-shifting verse section and additional bridges, before a spoken word section leading into an outro featuring Floor singing in more of a traditional operatic soprano style, something which she does a lot more sparingly than Nightwish singers of the past. Perhaps the album's biggest diversion is Harvest, a folky number that's sung by multi-instrumentalist Troy Donockley, which is certain to catch many longtime Nightwish fans off guard, but is a track that, on repeated listens, gets more and more under your skin with its absolutely gorgeous chorus, and its mix of Celtic folk instruments and metal elements in its instrumental midsection. Pan brings us back into a more classic Nightwish mood a la Wishmaster, or a more recent hit like Bye Bye Beautiful, with its shuffled rhythm, orchestral stabs and soft verse, loud chorus dynamic. How's the Heart is a more straightforward rocker of a track that showcases Troy's Uilleann pipe skills well in the context of a hard rock tune. Procession is a more dynamic track that builds up over time, showcasing the band's more progressive tendencies with sections in 7/8 time and Mike Oldfield-esque piano and bagpipes. Tribal, on the other hand, is the album's heaviest tune, with some very impressive tom work from drummer Kai Hato, and a tribal chanting section unlike anything Nightwish has done before, save for maybe their work on Creek Mary's Blood, which also featured a very strong Native American theme. Endlessness is the second song on the album to feature predominantly male vocals, this time from bassist Marco Haitala, and carries with it a feel more akin to old-school progressive metal like Early Pain of Salvation or scenes from a memory-era Dream Theater, but without all the instrumental noodling. The second disc of the album is All the Works of Nature Which Adorn the World, and it's a bit of an odd diversion from the rest of the record. While Nightwish is often known for including bonus discs with orchestral versions of their songs, this time, the band has opted to include a disc of completely original orchestral material unrelated to the rest of the songs, though there are melodic motifs throughout the piece that are reminiscent of songs from the first disc. It's one continuous piece split into various sections, and its cinematic orchestral sound will absolutely please fans of groups like Two Steps from Hell, but fans who expected more Nightwish on it might be disappointed to hear a complete lack of guitars, drums, bass, and anything more than wordless chanting from Floor, though the final section, Ad Astra, does include a reading of Carl Sagan's Pale Blue Dot speech by actress Geraldine James, and brings the piece to a stunningly rousing conclusion, though it's a bit of a slog to get to that point if you're not accustomed to the style of music. The mixing job on the record is nice and clean, considering how grandiose Nightwish's music tends to be, and the way some of the elements of this record actually stand out despite the huge number of layers is refreshing, like how you can clearly hear Marco Haitala's bass playing through most of the record, and his tone on the album is insanely good throughout. Guitarist Empu Parinen's riffs cut through the mix well too, and while he plays far fewer guitar solos than his power metal contemporaries, when he does, they're very good. Tuomas Holopainen's keyboard work is surprisingly varied on the record, as well, showing his use of traditional piano sounds as well as more modern synth sounds. The real star of the show is Troy Donockley, though, whose work with various Celtic folk instruments has really transformed Nightwish's sound over their past several records, and his permanent membership in the band has given him a lot more room to play around with his bagpipes, flutes, and even stringed instruments like the bouzouki, which gets a workout on Harvest. With this being Kai Hato's first album as a full-time member, he also gets several standout drum moments, like his work on Harvest and Tribal, and his effortless shifting through various time signatures adds a lot of prog credibility to the band. Lyrics 9. On Human Nature, the band tackles what it means to be human, as well as more meaning of life topics, with its lyrics. Of course, music speaks of humanity's exploration of artistic expression, particularly the form in the title, and how it has been central to countless generations of humanity. Then you came, I joined you beyond the eons, as you blew your cave bare bone, and began to hum, eradicate the torment of a heavy heart, emancipate the deaf, sing the graceful third part, then orchestrate an air for only you to sing, caress it deep, it backquote s always there to unlock the stars, to enter. While some may see noise as a rant against technology, it deals more with the addiction element of it, and seeks to remind us that we are still human beings with a connection to nature, by a carrion, sad hologram, lost in the maze, the real and human feel, sunset is free, from this deity, the earth has a real voice, go out and get in. While one may picture a tale of a cobbler with shoemaker, the track is actually a tribute to geologist and planetary scientist Eugene Shoemaker. The astronomy nerds in the crowd might recognize his name as being related to the discovery of the Levy-Shoemaker comet, whose impact on Jupiter that was one of the biggest astronomy stories of the 1990s, and features a reading of a section of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet by Johanna Kirkella, wife of keyboardist Tuomas Holopainen. In Harvest, multi-instrumentalist Troy Donockley takes the lead vocal reins and sings perhaps the album's biggest thematic tie-together moment, about humanity's place in the universe, and the chorus brings a real meaning of life sentiment to it. Join the harvest of 100 fields, party and tame, all going back to one single grain, offer light to the coming day, inspire a child, water the field, surrender to the earth. Endlessness is very much a circle of life type of message, telling us that death is as necessary as life. Soon, beyond the fields you've come to know, you will join the silent flow. Follow me, I am the spark, at the end of everything. Tip the reaper to ensure the blade is sharp, as soon we'll go. Follow me into the dark, to the birth of everything. While the album was not intended to be a concept album, per se, the lyrics tying together the human experience with that of its place in the natural world provide a very strong thematic link between the songs, and like so many pieces by Nightwish, the combination of the strong thematic link and cinematic music makes Human Nature feel like one grand story arc. Helping along with this is the delivery of the lyrics, and they are predominantly done by Floor Jansen, on her second album with the band. While she is known more for her powerful voice, she does have some very varied performances on here, from incredibly tender vocal moments to more traditional operatic soprano singing, and the amount of variety in her vocal performances are sure to impress. There are always at least one or two male vocal performances on each Nightwish album, and they are almost always done by bassist Marco Haitala, and he does sing on the track Endlessness, though this album also introduces multi-instrumentalist Troy Donockley as a lead vocalist for the band on the track Harvest, whose softer vocal style is perfect for the more pastoral folk moments, though he can still hold his own in the heavier choruses toward the end of the song, with Floor and Marco backing him. His performance might shock some Nightwish fans, but after repeated listens, it's very easy to come to love it. Overall impression, 9. With its greater emphasis on musical complexity, folk instrumentation, high-concept lyricism, and variety, Human Nature may very well be Nightwish's most experimental and progressive record to date. This may incense some longtime fans who simply want them to repeat the successes of albums like Wishmaster or Once, but the essence of what Nightwish is can still be found throughout this entire record, and the more experimental vibe really suits the band well. While the second disc's purely orchestral work might not be to everyone's taste, it also stands as a very interesting experiment for the band, and their ambition in doing so is admirable. If you enjoy more experimental and progressive symphonic metal but have often passed on Nightwish's music, you at the top of the heap in the symphonic metal genre. Harvest, official lyric video. Noise, official video.
30 miles of the Indiana line now.
administration's dream of reducing the trade deficit is finally coming true. According to data generated from the U.S. International Trade Commission website, for the first 2 months of 2020, the U.S. trade deficit dropped to $113.5 billion. That's down from $130.4 billion over the same period last year, a 13% decrease. If this keeps up, then we are on track to reduce our trade deficit from $852.2 billion for the entirety of 2019 to $742.3 billion in 2020. Think I am being flippant? I'm not. Needless to say, everyone recognizes that the overall direction of the economy is grim. But this is what reducing the trade deficit looks like. Relative to our exports, we import less. Today, we are importing less because Americans are consuming less during an economic shutdown. And that's not all. We are probably on track to shrink the trade deficit even more this year. U.S. unemployment insurance weekly claims reached over 5.2 million for the week ending on April 11, bringing the total number of Americans filing for unemployment to approximately 22 million over the past month. Consumer confidence declined sharply in March, which reflects consumer sentiment, that is, their overall desire to go out and buy things, including imports. Bear with me and let's get technical for a moment. What we are talking about here is the National Income Accounting Identity. Students of Econ 101 learn it on day 1 of class. A country's total national output, or gross domestic product, is the sum of government consumption, private consumption, investment and exports. Government consumption plus private consumption plus investment plus exports. This is accounting, not a behavioral equation. It is beyond dispute. Imports are a part of consumption. Stay where you are and repeat this sentence 3 times. Imports are a part of consumption. The only reason imports are subtracted from GDP in the accounting equation is that statistical agencies keep track of all consumption regardless of where it was produced. Because our statistical agencies also keep track of imports, they subtract those from the GDP equation to avoid double counting it. Not recognizing imports as consumption is like saying you are watching your calorie intake, but you ignore the food you eat at restaurants and only count the calories from homemade food at your kitchen table. When the president's trade advisor Peter Navarro points to the negative sign in front of imports in the GDP equation, he is essentially saying that going through the drive-thru doesn't count toward our calorie intake. You may wish that was the case, but it's not. Just like your dietitian counts the fries and shake you eat from the drive-thru, it is all consumption. To accountants, this is a straightforward notion to grasp, including my sister-in-law who teaches undergraduate accounting. When our Thanksgiving dinners turn to talk about U.S. economic woes, she winces at the fiscal deficit, not the trade deficit. She gets it. Yet for some reason, trade officials in the current administration, and, to be fair, many in past administrations can't quite seem to wrap their heads around this. Sadly, many policymakers and commentators point to the idea that any negative trade balance between imports and exports must be bad for the economy. This leads them to the conclusion that a country should always aim to export more than it imports. It also leads to some potentially harmful policy ideas. Feel good, buy America policies do little for the trade deficit. Steel and aluminum tariffs have increased costs for U.S. manufacturers while U.S. steelmakers continue to shrink, with stock prices of these companies in a deep slump even with the import protection. President Trump ran his campaign against the trade deficit. But once he got to the White House, he succumbed to runaway federal spending and borrowing, which simply inflated the deficit as other countries financed our debt. Now, the U.S. economy is in an induced coma, and that is sharply reducing our demand for imports and reducing the trade deficit. The irony is that the pandemic is fulfilling one of his campaign promises. Nobody is treating it like good news, but this dream coming true just highlights why the metric is so flawed. Christine McDaniel is a senior research fellow with the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. Lori played the eponymous Dr. Gregory House in the medical drama House MD, appearing in all 176 episodes across the show's 8 seasons, from its pilot in 2004 until its season finale in 2012. House MD follows a case of the week format, as House, a medical Sherlock Holmes, and his team investigate rare illnesses, guided by the principle that everybody lies. An Oxford-born actor, Lori got his start in sketch comedy and amateur drama. During his time at Cambridge, he was president of drama club Footlights, presenting an award-winning performance at Edinburgh Fringe Festival alongside actress Emma Thompson and Renaissance man Stephen Fry. Lori got his first televised break through Alfresco, a sketch comedy show he co-created with Fry that ran in 1983. His debut film in 1985's Plenty eventually scored Lori a consistent part in the long-running comedy show Blackadder. Aside from a minor role in Stuart Little, Lori wasn't popularly known by American audiences until House MD made him a household name. Continue scrolling to keep reading. Click the button below to start this article in quick view.
Well, I know he was in Flight of the
Start
Phoenix.
now. Advertising. Related, House MD, how House injured his leg. During his 8 years as House, Lori took on a handful of roles, many of which involved voice acting, including his roles as Gutsy in 2005 animated film Valiant, Dr. Cockroach and Monsters vs. Aliens, Roger in The Simpsons, E.B.'s Dad and Hop, Steve in Arthur Christmas, and the voice of Mr. Little in the video game Stuart Little 3, Call of the Wild. In terms of live-action acting, he played Captain James Biggs in 2008 crime drama Street Kings and David in rom-com The Oranges. Immediately after House MD ended, Hugh Laurie reprised his role as Dr. Cockroach for video short Shrek's Thrilling Tales. It is not the only voice acting he engaged in post-House. In 2014 he lent his voice to Newton. Advertising. The year House MD aired its final season, Laurie appeared as Mr. Watts, the leading role in war drama Mr. Pip. He has further acting credits in feature films through the parts of Nix in children's feature Tomorrowland and Mr. Dick in 2019's The Personal History of David Copperfield. He also made a minor appearance as Mycroft Holmes in 2018 comedy flop Holmes and Watson. Laurie's television career continued strong after House MD ended. His first major role in a series following the success of the medical drama was as Richard Roper in 2016's The Night Manager. This British crime thriller met reasonable success, with Laurie's performance earning him a Golden Globe for Best Supporting Actor. That same year, Laurie acted as titular character Eldon Chance in mystery series Chance, which did well enough to get renewed for a second season in 2018. Aims on the political HBO satirical lens over contemporary politics. The show is set to be renewed for second season in 2021, with Laurie reprising his role. Also in pre-production is an animated adaptation of Oscar Wilde's The Canterville Ghost, in which Laurie is set to lend his voice to the Grim Reaper, alongside a talented cast including Stephen Fry and Imelda Staunton. However, it is worth noting that this particular film has been in a pre-production phase since 2012, the same year House MD aired its final episode. Advertising. Next, House MD, Why It's Never Lupus, and the One Time It Was. Share tweet email. 0.
I remember there was a series that he did where he played like some kind of psychologist or whatever the hell it was, if I remember right. I don't think it made it out of the first season though. I'm not sure what happened there. About 10 miles from the Indiana line now. behind this guy instead of trying to pass him. Oh, wind flashing, okay. TA or the Loves over there off exit 59 before I get into Indianapolis? I actually considered going all the way into Indy and stopping at that Pilot over on the east side of town, but one, that's a little too close to downtown, and I don't want to get there too late in the day and have to worry about how much parking is going to be available there. Figure about 5:30 or so on finish local time. Be a good time where I can get off the road and then not have any problems finding parking. Or even more so, finding preferable parking. Damn it, you guys bringing the speed limit down more. Pilots, exit 11. Well, I just showered during my 30-minute break, so I don't need to stop at Pilot. So you don't have an incredibly long, much further distance to go than when you shut down before you're done, it sounds like. Maybe about two and a half, two and a half hour drive for you. How far out are you from that TA? 150, 160 miles, something like that? Pretty soft bumps. Institute of Technology. Maybe look at getting those changed out next time I get a PM done. These damn bumps are probably why my socks are like they are. remember that other JCT truck that we saw at the Flying J there in Fontana? It was a 0801. Now that 801, he was actually at the yard when I was there last night. Man, I think it was a guy and his wife doing laundry in the driver's lounge when I was in there using the restroom. Oh, windy, that's good. Yeah, it was windy yesterday. Winds were all over the place yesterday when I went through there. Oh, I mean, across, mainly across, seen my windshield yet. I don't think I'm that good at it. Gateway Express. Transport Incorporated out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Oh yeah, definitely paper.
U.S. naval aviator explains what would have been the career path for Maverick and Viper after the events in Top Gun, assuming both stayed in the Navy, the Aviation Geek Club. Trending now. Video shows Chadian Su-25 accidentally firing rocket in. Did you know the former president of Egypt? Cradle of Aviation Museum to receive the last. Former U.S. naval aviator explains what would have. Video shows Kazakhstan Air Defense Force MiG-31 interceptor. RAF Avro arrows, the story of British CF-105. Inverted, Russian Su-35 buzzes U.S. Navy P-8 within. We truly felt invincible at Mach 3.15, SR-71. Japan would like to export FX Fighter to. Cool video shows F-15QA for Qatar, going ballistic. What are you waiting for? Set your throttles to full AV and join the Aviation Geek Club. Home Military Aviation former U.S. naval aviator explains what would have been the career path for Maverick and Viper after the events in Top Gun, assuming both stayed in the Navy. Military Aviation. By Dario Leone, April 17, 2020. Written by Dario Leone, April 17, 2020. What would have been the career path for Maverick and Viper after the events in Top Gun, assuming both stayed in the Navy? Paramount announced on April 2, 2020 that Top Gun: Maverick, the sequel to Tom Cruise's 1986 classic, is pushed back to December due to COVID-19 crisis. The anticipated follow-up was scheduled to debut June 24 and will now release Dec. 23, 2020. However, ever since the first full trailer for Top Gun: Maverick was released in July 2019, one burning question consumed us: how the hell is Pete Maverick Mitchell still flying combat missions as a captain after more than 30 years of service in the U.S. Navy? Maverick's response: it's one of life's mysteries. Here's what Navy Personnel Command told USNI News on how Pete Maverick Mitchell was still feeling the need for speed as a 57-year-old captain with 30-plus years of service. The most straightforward answer to have a captain with 35-plus years of service is for the captain to have previous enlisted experience. In the case of Maverick, this scenario doesn't fit with the movie's timeline. Maverick was a lieutenant in 1986. Another possible scenario occurs if there's a break in service. For instance, perhaps at some point after the famous incident involving MiGs of uncertain origin over the Indian Ocean, as depicted in the first Top Gun, Maverick left active duty and did some time in the Navy Reserve. Then later, he returned to active duty. With more than 5 years in the reserves, Maverick could be pushing 37 years in uniform. The final scenario for Maverick would be if he were retired but retained in service, a scenario that keeps individuals in uniform after reaching their statutory retirement. Generally speaking, cases of individuals being retired but retained are rare, but not unheard of, according to Naval Personnel Command. A new group of U.S. naval aviators will join Tom Cruise and Val Kilmer, who returns as Iceman, in Top Gun sequel. The movie in fact will also feature Manny Jacinto, who will be playing a pilot named Fritz in Top Gun sequel. Interesting specifics give us a small nothing. Instead is told about a possible return in Top Gun sequel of Tom Skerritt, who played the role of Viper, Top Gun CO, in the original movie. Particularly, I have reason to think both stayed in the Navy. John Chesser, former U.S. naval aviator, combat fighter pilot. After that tour of sea duty, he would rotate to shore duty, most likely as an instructor, either at Top Gun, the F-14 Replacement Air Group, RAG, the Navy Training Command, or VX-4. He would probably be too junior for a Washington job. Chesser continues. As far as the Schulz's CO, Viper, here are the career paths of 2 former Top Gun COs I knew. This print is available in multiple sizes from aircraftprofileprints.com. Click here to get yours. Artwork depicting F-14ANG 213, Uno 160888, flown by Steve Petrokotrowski and Dave Bio-Baranek. Roger Box, 1971-1972 Commanding Officer of Top Gun. 1972-1973 Commanding Officer of VF-114, an F-4 fighter squadron aboard USS Kitty Hawk. Combat deployment to Vietnam. 1973-1975 Director of Flight Test U.S. Pacific Missile Test Center PT. Magoo, CA. 1976-1977 Commander Carrier Air Wing 14. Led a group of 10 aircraft squadrons aboard the aircraft carrier USS Enterprise. 1977-1978 Commanding Officer, Captain, USS Hassayampa, AW-145 U.S. Pacific Fleet. 1009.
Just under 30 miles to go to my exit. miles to go.
SEL, MES, SES, Inst, aircraft owner. Sunlight destroys coronavirus very quickly, new government tests find, but experts say pandemic could still last through summer. Preliminary results from government lab experiments show that the coronavirus does not survive long in high temperatures and high humidity, and is quickly destroyed by sunlight, providing evidence from controlled tests of what scientists believed but had not yet proved to be true. A briefing on the preliminary results, marked for official use only and obtained by Yahoo News, offers hope that summertime may offer conditions less hospitable for the virus, though experts caution it will by no means eliminate, or even necessarily decrease, new cases of COVID-19, the disease caused by the coronavirus. The results, however, do add an important piece of knowledge that the White House's science advisors have been seeking as they scramble to respond to the spreading pandemic. The study found that the risk of transmission from surfaces outdoors is lower during daylight and under higher temperature and humidity conditions. Sunlight destroys the virus quickly, reads the briefing. While that may provide some good news about the outlook for outdoor activities, the Department of Homeland Security briefing on the results cautions that enclosed areas with low humidity, such as airplane cabins, may require additional care to minimize risk of transmission. In a statement to Yahoo News, the DHS declined to answer questions about the findings and strongly cautioned against drawing any conclusions based on unpublished data. Photo illustration, Yahoo News, photos, Getty Images. More. The department is dedicated to the fight against COVID-19, and the health and safety of the American people is its top priority. As policy, the department does not comment on allegedly leaked documents, the DHS said in a statement. It would be irresponsible to speculate, draw conclusions, or to inadvertently try to influence the public based upon a document that has not yet been peer-reviewed or subjected to the rigorous scientific validation approach. The results are contained in a briefing by the DHS Science and Technology Directorate, which describes experiments conducted by the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center, a lab created after the 9/11 terrorist attacks to address biological threats. While the DHS describes the results as preliminary, they may eventually make their way into specific recommendations. Outdoor daytime environments are lower risk for transmission, the briefing states. Simulated sunlight rapidly killed the virus in aerosols, the briefing says, while without that treatment, no significant loss of virus was detected in 60 minutes. The tests were performed on viral particles suspended in saliva. They were done indoors in environments meant to mimic various weather conditions. While the results of these tests have not been previously made public, Harvey Feinberg, head of the National Academy's Standing Committee on Emerging Infectious Diseases and 21st Century Health Threats, broadly described plans to conduct the experiments in an April 7 letter to the White House. In that letter, addressed to President Trump's top science advisor Kelvin Droegemeier, Feinberg wrote that the DHS lab is well suited for the kinds of studies they have planned, and the scope and relevance are noteworthy. In particular, they plan to create simulated infected body fluids, including saliva and lower respiratory secretions. Droegemeier's office did not respond to a request for comment on whether it has received the latest results from the DHS. The national academies also did not respond to a request for comment. While the lab results are new, scientists for many weeks have predicted, based on available data on the disease's spread, that warmer, wetter climates would be less hospitable to the spread of the coronavirus. An early analysis by scientists observed that the virus was spreading more slowly in countries with warmer climates. We are not saying that at higher temperatures, the virus will suddenly go away and everything would be fine and you are going out, Qasim Bukhari, a computational scientist at MIT and a co-author of the analysis, told Yahoo News in an interview. No, we are not saying it. We are just seeing that there is a temperature and humidity related dependency, but I think many people now have started to realize this. Bukhari said that since he and his colleagues published that analysis, the numbers on the coronavirus's spread continue to support their contention. They are doing a lot of tests now in India. Also, when you look at the numbers in Pakistan, it's the same. There are more than 5,000 cases in Pakistan right now, he said. But the increase is not as rapid as you see in other countries. Women in Islamabad, Pakistan, wait to receive cash from a government program for families in need. Anyam Naveed, AP. More. The question of the effects of sunlight and heat on the coronavirus has been particularly fraught because there has been a tendency to misinterpret the relationship between good weather and disease spread. Early on, some politicians tried to encourage people to go outside, including to beaches, arguing that sunlight would kill the virus. The problem, however, is that without widespread immunity, people can still transmit the coronavirus to others, even in warm weather. The real question now, Bukhari said, is whether enough people have already been infected that the summer temperatures won't prevent continued transmission. So let's say 50% of the population is already infected, and then those temperatures arrive and then those humidity levels arrive, then what difference can those temperatures and humidity levels be? Probably none. That's the thing. While the new lab results are important, the science behind how sunlight kills the virus is fairly well established, says Arthur Anderson, former director of the Office of Human Use and Ethics at the United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases at Fort Detrick, MD. Ultraviolet light breaks DNA into fragments. If the virus is floating around in the air and there's bright sunlight, the UV component in sunlight will break the DNA or the RNA into pieces, he told Yahoo News. Infectious disease expert Dr. Anthony Fauci, who has become the leading face of the White House response, has provided cautious statements about what the summer months might mean for the coronavirus, saying recently, it's almost certainly going to go down a bit. He has stopped far short, however, of saying that good weather alone would have an impact. Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Alex Brandon, AP. More. Yet the lab results may ultimately provide at least some basis for optimism. Does this give a little more hope about the virus potentially decreasing? Said Dr. Kavita Patel, a Yahoo medical contributor and non-resident fellow at the Brookings Institution. Yes. I would say even Dr. Fauci has alluded to that. Colds and flus don't disappear in the summer, even if they are less common, Patel noted. We do have cases of the flu in the summer, she said. That's why all of us in medicine are being a little more guarded. The lab's work was done in a controlled environment, according to the DHS briefing, and tested how long the coronavirus survives on stainless steel in a droplet of saliva from a cough or sneeze under conditions related to temperature, humidity and sunlight. The lab is now doing additional testing, such as experimenting with low-tech techniques for sterilization of protective equipment, which would include using rice cookers, clothes steamers and electric pressure cookers. The National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center, which conducted the experiments, has traditionally kept a low profile because of its classified work on biological warfare defense and bioterrorism. Feinberg, in his letter to the White House, did not go into detail on the planned experiments, noting that the lab shares its findings with the Interagency Task Force on the Coronavirus. Anderson, the former Fort Detrick scientist, said it's unclear why the information would be marked for official use only. I have to say I don't know. I think if they have something that is critically important, it would get published, but it would not be available in the acute time frame of the emergency, he said. The typical route for conveying urgent information, he said, would be to give the information to public health agencies and government agencies, and let them report the findings. It is unclear for now whether the center intends to publish in a peer-reviewed journal or choose some other route for making its results known. Patel said she could understand government concerns about releasing preliminary results, but in general she leans toward openness. As a clinical doctor, we want to learn as fast as possible anything that works clinically. You want to be able in the first line to say, this is preliminary, with caveats. But why hold back the information? She said. It may be that the government wants to control how the message is released, she suggested. I would say in a global pandemic, that's less of a priority. Blank. Click here for the latest coronavirus news and updates. According
So it's at least promising info there, if not confirmational. Alright, I'm gonna exit coming up 1 mile from here. Highway 39, Belleville and Monrovia. Probably go ahead and check Love's first, see if they got room there. Open over here, so definitely won't have a problem finding a spot, a place to park. Even if Love's is full. I see spots over at Love's, but definitely looks like it's getting fuller. Widening this bridge. The green. I was gonna say someone's got the green. I can't tell who though. Slot's definitely more full than the TA is. But I think I see a spot right now. Don't tell me there's a bobtail in it. Fucking bobtail. Bobtail in it facing inward. where the Vega Express is. So the lot's completely full except for that one. If that one might still be, that one might be occupied too, for all I know. Oh, it's open. Okay. It's like last spot, and it's yeah, this is perfect. Straight back. Hey Mike, how you doing? Alright. I got lucky, guy. It looks like I got the last spot here. Mike, Mike, I have the time to work with to get into closer to your area, even to that pilot over there on the east side of Indianapolis. But problem is, I have concerns about if I drive too much later. Am I going to be able to find a place to park over there? So, I just went ahead and stopped over here at the Loves off of exit 59 instead. So, it might be a little bit far, not to mention, I'm in a position where I can hurry up and get over to the east end of Ohio or west end of Pennsylvania tomorrow morning, maybe late morning, I don't know. Or sometime in the morning. I'll be out of hours to work with, and I can actually get a 34-hour reset in before I go deliver the load, and I can actually get that load delivered sooner by doing a reset than if I wait for my recap. So I think it's really good that I've been pretty punctual with my shifts, and I haven't even been completely punctual. Like I took an almost 11-hour break today instead of right at 10. So I could have even been in the area sooner. But I was still I'm still being reasonably punctual, and the fact I'll be able to get a 34 in before I deliver, it means that I'm gonna have more hours to work with on my reload. Actually, not just the next reload, but the one after that as well. Than if I had to wait for my recaps. And so I can get rolling. Let's just say I don't know how far away I am. I still have 6 hours left on my 70. I got nothing back tonight, and an hour and 25 back tomorrow night. Kokomo, so it wouldn't work. Yeah, I was really considering stopping at the pilot over there on the other side of Indianapolis, but but then it wouldn't have mattered because I'm not going to stay here in the area any longer than 10 hours. And I know you already told me yesterday that you can't drive at night. And I'm going to be leaving early in the morning. So maybe next time I come through here, we'll get a chance to meet up. Because as you know, I sometimes do pickups up in Logansport, which is, I don't think that's too far away from you. Let me see where Kokomo is. I'm not most incredibly familiar with Indiana. Okay, I see off of US 35. 35 comes down from Logansport. Yeah, 35 goes right through Logansport, so it's not even that far away from Logansport, from what I can see. It's maybe half an hour drive or something like that? Because it looked like you just had to go through Walton and Galveston to get to Kokomo from Logansport. So that's an option. I mean, next time I go down toward Indianapolis, because there are some times when I pick up in Logansport, I do try to go down. I usually take Highway 29. I don't like taking that highway though, because too many little towns and slowdowns and stuff. And yeah, but maybe next time I do a pickup there, I can always take 35 straight down into Kokomo, and maybe if it's a good time of day, I can even just stop there. Is there somewhere where maybe let me know? Maybe either text me or message me on Facebook, whatever. Let me know if there's somewhere in the Kokomo area that might be suitable to stop. That way, next time I'm in Logansport picking up, I can maybe meet you at that location. It'll be a lot more convenient for you, though, as well. Because it doesn't look like it's that much different on the time to, because either way, I'd end up in the Indianapolis area. Last time I picked up there, it took 25 down, which it turned out to be a really nice route. Limited access road almost all the way there until I get over to Lafayette. Then it just became not really sure how to get. I kind of messed up going through Lafayette. Anyway, so let's see how far away I am. See how close I can get to my receiver, just in case it didn't tell. I don't know what's the name of this town here. I don't even know. You're not far from the 31 bypass. All right, let me take a look at that. Okay, I see where 31 and 35 meet up, and actually where they run together. Kind of up on the north and east side of the Kokomo area and over by Darrow Chapel or something. On the south end, okay. I don't see what you're referring to by the 31 bypass, but unless you're just talking about US 31. I don't care if you haven't received it yet. I just shut down. Alright. I don't remember the name of this town here. Oh, it actually shows me at the right location. Alright, so I can actually say, you gonna let me use my location, or are you gonna sit here and show me road closures that I don't care about? Okay, so from here to my customer is 678 miles. I'm gonna have just a hair under 6 hours to work with, so I'll have effectively about 360 miles I can work with. That 680. Yeah, I'll just say 680 minus about 360. I can get within about 320 miles or so of my customer by the time I run out of clock to work with. Is Eric Wildman still on here? Not sure, because I was going to let him know. Yeah, it looked like the rough, I don't know, a little bit more than kind of the halfway point, because 340 and 340, that's somewhere in the right ballpark. I can probably get a little bit further. Yeah, I might be able to get just inside Pennsylvania by the time I run out of clock. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll be going through around downtown Indianapolis. I saw the electronic sign earlier, said that 70 is closed through basically through the downtown area, and we got to use 465 southbound to go around it. I'll assume that's a more long-term thing in effect. So yeah, I'll go ahead and do 465 around, and then we'll go through Columbus, or it should be Dayton over there too. Yeah. No, now you want to zoom in on me or zoom out. Yeah, I'll go through the Dayton, Ohio area, Columbus, Zanesville, and then Wheeling, West Virginia, and hopefully get a little bit, at least a small amount into Pennsylvania before I run out of clock to work with, and then I can reset and have like there was some kind of a mass shooting with in Nova Scotia. Is that what it said? Yeah, at least 10 dead, including suspected gunman and shooting rampage in Nova Scotia. Alright, now, I'm not worried about that detail there. Okay, so that's where, I'm not sure the name of this place. It's the Loves off exit 59 on I-70, though. Let me find out. Monrovia? Center Valley, Monrovia, I guess you call this place. I don't know. Because Monrovia is a little bit south of me, and then some little tiny town called Center Valley just north of me. Let's see what Loves actually... I guess they call it Mooresville. Belleville? Huh. Yeah, looking on Google, it says Mooresville, Indiana. And then it also talks about Brown Township. And where the hell's Belleville then? I'm like, where's Mooresville? It's just not the same when I'm not in my own area, my own neck of the woods. I can tell you all kinds of stuff about Southern Cal, but here it's like, I don't know. Okay, Mooresville looks like it's I don't know, at least it's several miles over to the east of me. Basically, there's a road that parallels I-70 on the other side just for a short distance, and then it kind of diverges and goes straight to the east. That goes straight into Mooresville. Now, Belleville, I don't know where that's at. Let's take a look. Just curious. Belleville? Definitely not in Belleville. That's in Illinois. The only Bellevilles I'm seeing on here are Belleville, Illinois, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. We'll take a look. Oh, Belleville, Liberty Township, Indiana. Just want to know where this Belleville is, you stupid thing. It's an unincorporated community in Liberty Township, Hendricks County. Okay, so where's Liberty Township? Alright, whatever. Love's address is Mooreville. Yeah. Oh, turn that off. Come on. Let me go off duty. Alright, so just after, let's say it's 5:42 now, so it should be about 3:40-ish, 3:45. We'll just say about 4 in the morning, Eastern time. I can go back on duty, which would be 1 a.m. Pacific time, or of course 4 a.m. Eastern time. If I got 6 hours, I can basically run, let's just say get about till about 10 a.m. I would say about 10 a.m. I can get all, hopefully get into, maybe into Pennsylvania, and then maybe I can do a 34-hour reset, and Okay, with the 34-hour reset from 10 a.m., easy way to calculate that or figure that out if you're not very experienced at driving or plan to be a driver, or you just suck at math and you want an easy way to figure it out. Just add 10 hours. So 10 plus 10 is 20, and then add a day to that. So 2000 tomorrow. Basically Tuesday night at 2000, I can have a reset done, and that's about 5 hours sooner than when I can get into my recaps. And if I only have an hour and a half, then okay, say at least 3.5 hours earlier than I was originally thinking I would be able to get there, because of the fact I'm getting here early enough where I can do a reset and get a whole 70-hour clock before I instead of having to wait till midnight Tuesday night, Wednesday morning to get those recaps, or roll into them, whatever, so I can get to the customer. So my DM, I think, is going to be really happy to hear that tomorrow, because my load's not it's not scheduled for delivery yet. It's supposed to be due on Wednesday, just don't have a time yet. And they're going to be really thrilled to hear that they're going to have more time that day to work with, and the fact that I'm going to have more clock to work with on my 70 for my reloads. The planners are going to love that. So that's why it pays to get here early. I mean, to stay efficient. Don't lollygag around. Don't dawdle, whatever. If you want the miles, take advantage of these opportunities when you get a chance. Because if I had dawdled around at all on the way over here, on any of these shifts, I would not have been able to do a 34-hour reset. And then I would have been having to roll into use recaps or whatever, and that can slow me down, where I have to wait on, where I might have to wait on my hours before I can even drive. So instead of doing 10-hour breaks, now I got to do like 14, 15, 16-hour breaks, because I have to wait for those recaps to roll in a lot of cases. Alright, so 680, and I need about 11.25 hours to work with. Let's put today's miles in. Okay, 419. I did 646.4 miles today at 9 hours and 56 minutes. So I could have gone just about a 700-mile shift today again if I really wanted to, but now, like I say, right around 10 hours per shift is, it's fine. These are really good recaps, actually, aside from that 125 tomorrow night. So even if that 125 is the first recap I get, the 549 that came before I finished my before I did my 34. So if I come here to status page, right here, last 34-hour reset, shows that April 13 at 2046 was when I did my last 34. So April 13, I can go to the 8-day page. April 13, that's the first day that I get recaps back. 125. So that's a shitty one, but everything else looks really, really good. 10 plus, I got 13, 10, 10, 14. 643 is not so great, but it's okay. It could be a lot worse. Yeah, and I'm getting all double-digit hours back aside from that. So even if I had, even if the appointment time, whatever, had, maybe I'd have to, I wouldn't have enough time to do a 34, then I would still have really good recaps to work with, but there's a pretty good chance I would still have to sit for maybe 12 hours when I might otherwise be able to sit for only 10 and get moving again. So that's one of the important things. If you want to get good, consistent miles, you got to be willing to do this kind of stuff. Like I say, it's and that's why it pays to run longer shifts and keep your breaks short. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want miles, you need to run, and not take excess time management. It's your management of your 70-hour clock that has a lot to do with what kind of quality miles you get. And never know who's on here. Sometimes you get new people, and I know you guys who watch me regularly are familiar with this. This is my spreadsheet I use. Keep track of all my miles. Yeah, a lot of good miles there. 4 days, 4 out of 5 days of 600 plus miles, and then I had an 800 mile day because I had 2 shifts basically in the same day, or parts of 2 shifts at least. Okay, so that last 7 days I've ran almost over 3,700 miles, and look how many days I've been over 3,000 now. So that's a good chunk of time where I've been consistently over 3,000 miles in a 7-day period. And that included a 34-hour reset, like I said, on the 13th. That's why yeah, a lot of times when you see a 34, it's like that, where you don't see any time at all. Because it's a matter of what time your reset starts and then what time it ends and when you start rolling. So, good miles here now. Question is, if I run about 360 miles, 350, let's just say tomorrow, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so the day that's going to roll off tomorrow is that 63 mile day. So if I run 360 miles, that is going to go up by 300 miles. In other words, my 7-day total is going to shoot up to about 4,000. Shoot up to about 4,000 by the time I get through running tomorrow. Yeah, that's my Excel spreadsheet that I use to kind of keep track of all my my records, whatever. All right, I've done 9,094 miles so far just this month. And we get a safety bonus if we get 30,000 miles a quarter, or basically roughly about 10,000 miles per month. And it's only, what, the 19th? I still got a week and a half to get 1,000 miles. That's, I'll get 1,000 miles on my very next load, and that's 11 and 12,000 miles by the time I'm done with the month, more than likely. All right, Linda, I made it to Rhode Island. 34 started and over 600 again today. Awesome. Yeah, I found out I'm going to be able to get to wherever I'm going to shut down early enough where I can do a 34 as well before I deliver my load. It's not scheduled for delivery yet, but I know it's due Wednesday. So, and now because I'll be able to reset before I get to the recaps, I complete a reset before I get to the recaps, I can actually have more time to work with on the 22nd to get it there whenever they need me to get it there. So great. Yeah, and now see, Linda, she's set up well as well. She's up in Rhode Island. I think you're delivering in Rhode Island, right? Or up there, or was it New Hampshire? Can't remember what he said. But okay. Linda, she had swapped for a load in Alabama and took it up to Rhode Island. Not too much more that she can do up there as far as running miles is concerned. Okay, she's going up to Massachusetts, which is right next to Rhode Island. Not too many more miles she can even run before she gets to her customer. And okay, it's only an hour from there. Good. So now, and she probably has recaps that she can roll into as well, but because she's probably running efficiently, same kind of situation there. Maybe might not even need the 34, but because she has an opportunity to do it, it's a convenience thing where she's setting herself up for better miles on as well on her reloads. Because I can always say, if you have to sit and wait on recaps. No recaps. So okay, Easter break last week. All right. Yeah. Either way, it's hopefully it's a 34 that. Well, I'm assuming you're still going to be set up better for whatever your reload's going to be, because now you'll actually have a full set of hours to work with by the time you're empty, instead of they say having a little more limited time and then having to wait on recaps or something so you can move a load that you have or something. It makes a big difference. So that's my advice for those of you guys who are, who plan to be truck drivers. Like I say, I get a lot of people on the channel who are future truck drivers and don't know much. They want to learn. Let me turn these off, so because I know I got a request to do more backing compilation videos. My airbag's deflating. They tend to settle a lot when I'm parked, and I can actually feel the back end squat down, or the nose of the truck starting to point upward a little bit right there. It's interesting. Yes, full hours are always nice for peace of mind. Yeah, and honestly, a fuller set of hours always gives you more. The planner's more flexibility to give you recaps, which as you see, as you guys saw, already showed, I got really good recaps aside from tomorrow night. I'm willing to bet you I'll still have to do like 12, 13 hour breaks in between there. Yeah, waiting on recaps, because I'll use up so many, and then I'll do a 10, and then because unless it's 14 hours, about that, about 14 hours being used. Almost certainly, if I'm running my clock really effectively, I'm gonna end up getting to the point where I don't have a choice but to sit for maybe 12, even 13 hours waiting for those, waiting for the point where I can actually roll into the next night's recaps. And the difference here with with planning, getting loads planned onto you is, let's just say they have a couple of 1,500 mile loads. One of them might deliver a day before the other one, and if you have to sit and wait on recaps, you might not be able to get the one that delivers the day earlier. You might have to wait on get something that delivers the following day, even though it's the same miles as something else that you can get that you would otherwise be able to deliver a day earlier and would be able to do it on time too. So that's where strategically getting 34s in anytime there's an opportunity to before a delivery, go for it, do it. I always like to call it a combat reload. Sean Goodwin, are you still on here? Sean is Army combat vet, so he knows what I mean by a combat reload. Combat reload, for those of you guys who don't know, is also law enforcement types. Anyone who handles a gun for a living knows that and knows how this works. So let's just say Sean's using his M16. I know Sean, but let's just say the M16 because all the services use it, and even Air Force guys get to use M16s once in a while. There's more to that though. Anyway, let's just say you have a magazine with 30 rounds in it, and let's say you're in action and you end up using about 15 rounds, and then you get in a break in the action where nothing's going on. You don't need to be like ready to fire at anybody or whatever. Okay, the combat reload is your magazine's not empty yet, but you're gonna go ahead and replace it, remove the magazine, and then put another full 30 round mag in there, so you're ready to go. And then you repocket the 15 round one, and if you have time to reload it, even better. But at least right off the bat, you're always ready and have it's time management with with your ammo, basically, is all it is. Now, going back to the whole Air Force thing, I always say if an Air Force guy has to handle a firearm in a deployed situation, you're in a really bad spot. Then at that point, we tend to have to ask, well, what did the Army do wrong or something to not protect us? Or something along that line. I'm kidding to an extent, but it's not totally untrue, but I'm kind of embellishing that a little bit. So, all right. So anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up. So 4 in the morning ish. Turn that off so I make sure I don't lose the data. That way I can get some the compilation backing work. Alright, I go home too often for efficient recap use. Usually have to do a 34. I end up getting home a lot, just by matter of chance with JCT, because as you see, my loads are a lot more random. But there's so much we do in and out of California. It's even better if I can do the 34 at home, but it doesn't always play out that way like you see here. I'm be doing a 34 in either in Ohio or Pennsylvania, one of the two. I'm guessing Pennsylvania. But I'll figure that out while I'm parked and figure out where I can plan on making it to. I don't know where about 360 miles is relative to here. I think it's a little bit into Pennsylvania, but I got to see what locations are available to stop at and plan on doing a 34-hour reset at. So I'll be up in that area. Otherwise, yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow morning, probably by 4 a.m. and we'll get those last 300 some odd miles knocked out. And yeah, see y'all tomorrow, okay? Alright, thanks for watching, everyone. And like I said, I'll get some more backing compilations up for you guys who have an interest in that. Have a good one.